Okay, let me get set up here. Got the spooky music going still. Okay. Are we good? Are we up on YouTube? There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, so today I want to do some more optimization on my procedural terrain system. I do have things running in async tasks that you can see here, but I'm thinking that they still like block the frame, or at least it seems that way. And these async tasks are usually for generating chunks. And I'll definitely want to audit my usage of these. And because like whenever I start the game up, it's still there's a long freeze before I get into the game. And that's definitely due to me not handling my async tasks properly. So I was doing a little bit of reading on just async stuff and what I should be using and whatnot. Update terrain chunk. I'm just kind of reminding myself what the hell I was doing here. Here's another async task. So request mesh. Generate terrain mesh, yeah. So this is one of the heavier, so this is calling back to the game thread. I'm wondering if I can do collision, because like this needs to happen in the game thread for some reason. Forget why. Maybe we can test that out and see what happens. And maybe I can change it to where only one chunk only ever finishes spawning in a single frame. And so maybe I will like queue this up somehow and only execute one per frame, and then maybe that will help it not lag so much when I'm running around and allow it to play smoothly when I'm starting up. But I saw someone say that we should try background threads, because I do any high-pride normal thread task, which I'm not like super sure what the difference between a background task is, or a background thread versus a non-background thread. So I'm just going to go through and change those and see what happens. And a lot of these are game thread things. Generating map data, yeah. Request mesh, yeah, okay. Just change all of them to background tasks. Okay, now async tasks in here. So yeah, let's just try that out. We'll run the live coding and see what happens. Because usually, I guess the things I'm looking for improving are like the long stall up front, and the lagginess that happens when running around. And I probably should have taken a trace before I made those changes to see the difference. But the lagginess was quite substantial, so I think I'll notice regardless. I mean, already, yeah, that's happening. It's happening. Oh, there's my character. Interesting. Yeah, another thing is, like, standing up seems to not work very well on the procedural meshes. I feel like that this was better, for sure. Dr. Elliot, hey, how you doing? Yeah, I feel like that was better for sure. I just want to watch that again. Yeah, because usually what happens is I spawn the character, like, way high up in the air, and then I just use the XY position of the character to determine which chunks to render. And then once they're all done, I move the character back onto the ground. Is I think how I do that. So maybe I'll need to change that. Maybe I'll need to change that. I think I'm gonna run a little trace here. Try task. Let's see what information that gives me. Like it still takes a while for this all to, there it goes. Okay, stop that, stop the trace. Okay, is this the start of it? It's just pi startup, okay. What are we doing? Yeah, I'm gonna guess there's probably not much I can do during these frames, these startup frames. Let's look at the other ones. So a lot happened in between this. I say a lot happened. A lot of nothing happened. A lot of frames happened. Okay, what's our first big game frame here? What happens? Right, so terrain chunk, LOD mesh. Would that be the actual building of the mesh then? Probably. Generate terrain mesh. Is it this perhaps? Because I know that's probably one of my more expensive things. Yeah, so switching to the background task thread definitely helped things. I didn't realize the non-background ones, like, blocked frames, essentially. Which I think is probably what they did. Body setup. Yeah, I mean that seems like a physicsy thing. That probably happens when we create the mesh. And I was wondering if there's a boolean for creating the collision. And I believe I am using the async cooking. Yeah, async cooking, true. And I'm wondering what would happen if I didn't do that on the game thread. I'm pretty sure there was a reason why. I believe that reason is just that some part of that needs to... Ooh. These are new. I haven't seen these little lines. Jesus. I guess that's what I get with enabling that task channel thing. But yeah, it's all the ULOD mesh, which the beefy function here is request mesh. Which generates the terrain mesh and then calls back to the game thread. So I wonder if this like let's see what happens when I don't put that on the game thread. There was definitely a reason, but I need to remind myself why. Yeah, it does look like... Well, okay, so here's a frame where, like, a lot of these fucking happened. And so I was playing around with the idea of maybe only... They're 124 milliseconds. I mean, that's a fucking lot, even if I split them across different frames. Just what I was thinking about doing. I'll just pop them in a cube or something like that. And then just finish it. Finish them one per frame. These arrows are kind of nice. This is kind of telling me where it came from, I suppose. God damn. Oh, is this my like first frame? This is probably where I yeah, I'm generating all of the maps and stuff. Okay. Yeah, let me look at map generator real quick. I believe generate map data happens from a... Yeah, it does. It does. It happens from a thread. Okay, so... Dude, these little arrows are so nice, dude. I used to have so much trouble figuring out what, like, things were waiting on, or where they came from. I had no idea I could get these arrows to show up. That's actually really fucking nice. For once I'm not complaining about Unreal Engine, I'm praising it. Rare Unreal Engine W? I guess the L here would be that was difficult to figure out, right? I needed to know a lot of things. Or just randomly click on things until I found it. And this is just U-World tick. What are we ticking on here? This is U-Body setup get cook info. So I'm assuming this maybe has something to do with the async cooking. Yeah, I wonder how much faster this would be. Here we go, here's something. This always happens too. the camera causes like a wait for it to happen. Complete parallel animation evaluation. So this happened on some sort of thread that was already taking a long time. From this, which I suppose came from specifically right here. But I don't know like why. Yeah, I wish it would tell me exactly what this task is. Does the async task, does this have a way to like pass debug things in? Because that's one thing that the task, what do they call it? The task system. You could pass debug frames into it, which may, or not debug frame, debug names. So maybe I can change to that as well. And I did, let me pop that back up in here. So I was like, what was it? Using namespace, UE tasks. And then, okay. Comment that part out. So it's just launch, right? Yeah. Launch. I guess it wants a debug name. Okay, this is excuse me. But I can't tell it I can tell it a priority. Aha, so I can give it background info. Okay, so that's gonna be like my new syntax here. We're gonna see if this gives us any more information. Now, can I call back to the game thread here? I guess I'll still need to use the async tasks to do that. I wonder if mixing these is going to have any sort of repercussions. This one doesn't matter. I'm not actually spawning actors, really. I have maybe spawn actors. Let's just I'm going to comment that out for now. We're just going to make sure that doesn't affect anything here, because I already broke spawning and it's not working, so... Yeah, I'm always breaking shit. Yes. Background normal. Handle terrain noise data. Oh, this is also something that's not really. We'll leave it there because I already did it. But that was for when I was testing noise settings. And we're calling this it's a game thread thing, it's a game thread thing. Okay. Async task, game thread, here we go, here's another one. And what is this going to be? Yeah, this. Well, we can just process chunks here. That name. Oh, it's a prerequisites. Hang on. Was I using a different one in the other class? I think I was. Okay, so there's two different signatures. E-task priority background normal. And then I got rid of that one, so we're gonna see how that affects it as well. I'm anticipating a crash with that. Because really the real meat of it is going to be generate that, blah blah blah. Request it's gonna be this function. Because it generates the map data, which is something it does a lot of iteration. It's the map generator, and then we request mesh. Where else do we do this at? Yeah, the request mesh is the real meaty. It's the real meaty boy. Okay, let's see what kind of a difference that'll make. And then I need to... we will be saving this. What was one of the last ones? On terrain loaded. Oh, okay. Is it really that expensive? What do I do here? Show HUD. Takes 20 milliseconds? That's crazy. What the fuck am I doing in here? Just adding a bunch of shit to the viewport? Item tooltip. So I'm creating a bunch of tooltips when I don't need to be. Okay, so it creates those when I don't actually need to show them, so that's something to keep in mind. That would probably take a good chunk of that out. And then what am I initializing here? Oh, yeah. Huh, crazy. That's me creating the cooldown dynamic material. The radial cooldown thingo. Okay, get rid of that one. That was from a long time ago. Okay, let's start again. Play. Okay. Create physics mesh async. Update collision. So it's weird. If I'm using async cook, it wants to be in the game thread. Hang on, girlfriend sent me a gift, so I gotta find one to send back. Okay. Alright, cute GIF sent. Asynchronously. That was more of a blocking thread. Action task. Okay, so yeah, we got to this thing, which check is in game thread. Obviously failed. So I wonder if I don't do that. If I don't use the async cook. As cook collision data, does any of this expect to be in the game thread? Of course, there's a bunch of branching functions. I'll probably just have to try it out. I'm gonna have to like skip forward a bunch of times. There's like yeah, I'm gonna have to just stop that. So let's see what happens then if we set that to false. Is that actually, like, if I handle the async myself, does that get better? Okay. Okay. I need a good must have been the wind gif. Okay, I'm still tracing. Oops. Okay, let me read these little dates here. What time is it? 32? So I don't want these two. Get rid of the most recent two. Okay, let's see what happens now. Let's still start a trace. Trace started. Things are happening. There's my character. That actually seemed to take longer, but it was smoother, I believe. Oh, there goes my character. He always stands up and doesn't put his fucking feet on the ground. This is why the dwarves always say that. Which... ah, boy. I'm gonna have to look up that sound now. Audio, beat. Nah, it's gonna... dwarf. Phone call. It was spam. Phone picked it up. Dwarf male.
I need both hands for my weapon.
Dude, I love the way Vanilla WoW does dwarves, man. I need, like, no, goodbye, pissed.
No problem.
Hi-ho, hi-ho. Second verse, same as the first. Farewell, till we meet again. See ya.
See ya.
Danger approaching.
I need to find it. I need it.
See you soon. Safe travels. Off with you. Be good.
Be good. Where's the male one?
Off with you. Watch your back.
Wash your back.
Be good. Here there. What's on your mind? You got my attention. How are you? Talk to me. Interest you on a pint?
Be good. Safe travels. Keep your feet on the ground.
There it is. Keep your feet on the fucking ground. Okay, so now we're getting a ton of this shit. Okay. I've seen such... Oh my god, dude. I've seen such errors before. Let me go to the first one. Okay. Yeah, again, the body setup. Endless terrain, terrain chunk, LOD mesh. The LOD mesh. And what's the error? Find and print stale references to it's old blah blah blah, not cleaned up by blah blah blah. Why are you no cleaned up? Yeah, why? Just because. So this happened when I changed from async cooking to non-async cooking. And like nothing's really standing out as to why this happened. Let's take a look at our trace session here. See if that illuminates anything for us. So the spikes are way better. This when Pi started? Yeah, start playing editor session. So yeah, that's probably just always going to be... Here's where a bunch of threads got kicked off. Map generator, yeah, all that stuff got kicked off. That's all this like shader stuff. Which probably would be better after all that's already loaded. So maybe the second time I Pi, that would probably be a lot better. And there's a bunch of widgets getting validated this frame. Not too worried about those. Async loading like particles and shit. Is that what's happening here? Okay, so here's our first, like, LOD mesh thingo. And I didn't enable all those channels, right? Well, I'm breakpointed, so I can't even tell. Yeah, I don't have that. If I could set that as a default, that would be great. I was hoping to see some thread names in here so I could determine what was happening. Like all these background tasks should have names that I've given them. I don't know where I would see those. Don't know what that does. Asset loading tracks. Does that do anything? So yeah, there's nothing here that's showing me a task graph name, but maybe when I enable some of those other trace categories or whatever, trace channels, those will show up. Got another LOD mesh. It's fscene add primitive. I'm not exactly sure where that would come from. Collies. I mean, this is the LOD mesh, so this is probably the material instance dynamic. This is probably creating the mesh. It was happening magnitudes faster than it was. But when we end the level, it doesn't get cleaned up. The bodies don't. Now, again, here's another example where we have multiple ones getting done at the same time. So if we only complete one at a time, that'll probably get a lot better. So I need to like rerun this with the proper trace channels, so I can tell where some of this stuff is coming from, and maybe get a little bit more information. Seems a lot better. The spikes are gone. It did seem like it took a bit longer overall, though. Now, what happened here? Why are we on average? A bunch of slate shit. Which I can't really... Since this is Pi, it's also picking up all the editor UI, so I don't know if I'm really going to put much credence into these ones. Some slate thing ticked for fucking 32 milliseconds. Very nice of it to do that. What's my memory sitting at right now? 89%, yeah. Let's get some things out of here. I do want to keep this open though, because this is like the original, what we're comparing against, kind of. But we can probably get rid of this one. And then I probably need to, I mean, can I just get through that? I can't, okay. This reference is preventing the old world from getting GC'd. Yeah, it's the body setup. I mean, I'm not sure. I am not sure how I would get that to not happen anymore. Okay, is my memory any better now? Writer is still using 15 gigs of memory. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Can I clear? Clear. It's gonna help. It did not. Okay, so kind of hard to tell if that worked or not, or how well that worked. I need to like run around in the world to make sure that collision and stuff still works. And then it would be nice to figure out what the hell's going on here. Maybe I can just throw some T-object pointers around, and that'll help. But it was the LOD mesh that seemed to be... It was the body mesh inside the LOD mesh, which the body mesh should be a part of the mesh generator, which is in a T-object pointer. So, do I have any raw pointers? I have these, which I don't think are the issue, but we'll change them nonetheless. Yeah, I don't really have many raw pointers, so not sure why things are preventing things from being garbage collected. just because I changed the cooking to not async. Okay, let's read this. Controls whether the physics cooking should be done off the game thread. It should be used when collision geometry doesn't have to be immediately up to date. But when I do that, like, you take so much longer. You like block an entire fucking frame for hundreds of milliseconds, which is not okay. Which is not okay. Now, if I do it in the game thread, does that fix the garbage collection problem? We shall see. Well, I changed some headers, so we'll need to rebuild here. Are we building? What's going on here, Unreal? Uh-oh. Didn't like that. Try again. Okay, here we go. Okay, now Ryder is only using 11 gigs of memory. That's nice of it. It is getting toasty in here. The computer is cooking. Okay, stop that. Okay, let's look at this. Is the music like that? Hang on, let me. Okay. Task. That was a really nice channel to have. The cook channel. Maybe that could be useful. Let me search how to see task debug names in Insights. What else we got? What else we got? Stat named events, maybe that helps. Enable the thread in scope channel. Okay, let's try this. Try it one more time, and this time we're doing the creating the mesh sections in the game thread without async cooking. And so it's quite frozen right now, which is what I was trying to avoid. Okay, so that completely defeated what I was going for. Where is... I don't know what all this is about. Again, probably something that would be better if I did a standalone run. I'm not seeing any of my normal thingies. Oh, this did like everything in this frame. Yeah, that seemed to block it pretty much entirely. Okay, and so let's... What is this? Oh, okay, here's create mesh section finally. Yeah, so if a mesh section takes 100 milliseconds, yeah, that is too slow to run on the game thread. That's without async cooking. God, look at all that. It did everything in one frame. It's this frame. 0.0 FPS. It took 24 seconds. Okay, yeah, so that's a no. And I didn't even possess the character. He's just doing his own thing. Okay, but we didn't have that GC issue. No GC issue. Let's try that again and make sure that the garbage collection issue is actually consistent. Okay. Start tracing. Let's try it again. See, look how much nicer that is. Now it's weird I'm not seeing more pop up here. And then it all kind of renders at once. Game thread idle time. Okay, we're registering the LOD mesh. We're initializing the body. That all seems to happen. Oh, here we go. We have the names. I'm just now seeing these. I think we have the names. Oh, that's so nice. Because usually these don't show like what all this stuff happens underneath them. So it's not my task debug names, but oh, there it goes. I see it now. It's the green. Nice. Okay. That helps a lot. It's probably hard to see on the stream, but my debug names are there, so now I know exactly what task this is. So let me kind of step through this now. Okay, what is this first frame? Again, this is a bunch of slate. Yeah, it's all like slate tick shit. Query cursor, that's probably me clicking something. And then we get here. What are we waiting on here? I don't understand what's happening in these frames. Update time and handle max tick rate. Yeah, I have no idea what that is. And then I guess here is probably... I mean, this seems like more slate shit as well. What brings in this one? Yeah, I should probably do a standalone one here. Standalone build. Just to really figure out what's mine and what's not. Yeah, it's weird because I'm seeing nothing for a while now. Wait, which one did I click on? This one. Yeah, and then it doesn't start until like right here. Okay, this is where it starts. So I was looking at a bunch of shit that was happening before I even clicked play. So here's where it starts. Okay. Okay. Okay, moving forward to some other spikier frames. I'm not seeing anything sticking out here. Okay, here I believe. This is a registering of a component. This is chunk 1, -1, which the chunk at 0, 0 seemed to have, or maybe it was 1, -1, and I just didn't know. But there was one chunk that rendered first, and then like... yeah, I should probably turn navigation off until they're all done generating as well. Wonder if there's a way to do that, because I have the navigation set to like... generate around nav invokers, and I set my player character as the nav invoker. So if the character's already spawned in, that means the navigation is a building. Okay, we got a couple. In the spikier frames, more than one gets done at a time. Some more navigation stuff. Yeah, I should figure out how to not enable the navigation at first. Okay, so a couple things I need to do. One, figure out this garbage collection thing. 2, disable navigation. Yeah, it's taking up a lot each frame. And I should probably wait. Yeah, there's no point in building it while things are still cooking. It's taking up time. It's going to need to rebuild anyway. Yeah, all this slate stuff is taking a long time. Then here, what was happening here? Game thread idle time. Update time and handle max tick rate. What is that? I'm not using a fixed frame rate, so I don't... Yeah, it seems to be some deeply nested engine shenanigans. Well, I guess a bunch of things are happening down in here. Yeah, there are a ton of these happening. So yeah, I think maybe doing one per frame would help. Okay. So priority number 1. Let's see if stopping this does the garbage collection thing again. Yes, yes it does. Okay, so why is this happening? Just because I don't have... Yeah, let me see. Garbage async body setup. Let me just search that. This reference is preventing the old world from being GC'd. How do I fix this shit? It is the body setup. Is it just the same chunk? Or all the... No, that's a different one. That's a different one. Yeah, it's like every chunk. Why do the LOD mesh body setups? Why are these... New body setup, preventing GC. Show results of body setup. Like, no one else has that problem. Nice, nice. It's all about avoiding and preventing garbage collection. Do I need to, like... Let me add, like, a destroy method here or something. To, like, destroy the body setup. Begin destroy. Body setup. Can I do that? Like, is that clear physics meshes? I feel like probably doing something like this is maybe bad. We'll see. Yeah, what else can I do here for, I just, like, clear physics or something? Destroy physics state, maybe? What does destroy physics state do? Let's try that. We'll see what happens here. Yeah, okay, so that's probably priority number one. Oh, I need to continue here. Is this giving me any extra information here? There's one red one, but then there's like a ton of other ones. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. It's just the body setup does not. It does not like that. Let's restart to get that new function. Maybe that'll help us. Ooh. And then let me look in procedural mesh subsystem. There's procedural terrain subsystem. This is where I spawn the player. I was doing something with navigation, right? Here we go. Spooky, spooky skeletons. Okay, so stop that. Don't automatically trace. Oh, it actually does. It does all the LOD zeros first. Okay, process fatal error. Yeah, it did not like the finish destroy. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Let's just try destroy physics state. Okay, let's try again. Stop tracing. Don't like that. Don't like that. I don't know why I don't want it to start tracing. Which, like, I don't know why there's such a delay in between this happening and the rest of them happening. Okay, stop. We still got here. Okay, so that didn't really fix the issue. Is it the same, basically the same error? Yeah, it's still body setup. And if I do begin and finish, will that help? Clear all that. Oh. That's crazy. We're waiting? I mean, it should just be generating all of them. It's kind of weird that it doesn't. Okay, stopping. Okay, this is a different one. I mean, oh, this is the same one that probably happened. It doesn't like... Finish destroy being... It does not like being called. Okay, we're gonna try clear physics meshes and begin destroy. A lot of trial and error here. Hi, Moxie. Hello. Okay. Try again. Okay, stop. Now it's getting mad at begin destroy. Bro, this song is called Skeletons in My Closet. Oh my goodness. Running call begin destroy from outside, conditional begin destroy. Please fix up the calling now. Okay, so... What is the condition here? Okay, we'll try with just clear physics meshes. I mean, I'm gonna check for a engine setting for like default building navigation here. Nav. Auto create navigation data. Spawn nav data, blah 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 blah. Data gathering mode. So that's how navigation data should be gathered when building collision information. Instant or lazy? Okay, I'll have to play with that later, see if that makes a difference. But I think that top boolean here, auto create nav data, I'll probably turn that off. It's quite a compromising position. Okay. Stop. Okay, and we still fucking get here. Like, this is so annoying, man. The body setup is preventing everything from getting fucking cleaned up. But I guess it's body setup on the LOD mesh. He's breaking it down, trying to. I'm trying to figure out why, like, literally just because I... oh, the the character mesh, yeah. He doesn't like not being possessed. That's what he does when he's not possessed. ALS, the locomotion system I'm using is like... has that effect. If it's not possessed by a controller, it just kind of freaks out like that. But right now I'm trying to figure out, like, I switched async cooking to false, which apparently means that the body setup prevents everything from getting garbage collected. So I'm trying to figure out a workaround for that. And maybe I should just, like, maybe I should just delete the mesh section. Can I do that? Mesh section, clear mesh section. Clear all mesh sections, maybe that? Would that help? Oh, I was mid changing that. Okay. Please fix it. Please. There he is. Dance moves that defy gravity. Hi, Moxie. Do you need to go outside? Is that why you're here? Yeah, you do. Okay, we'll see if this works. It did not. What the fuck, man? Well, what else do you want from me? I've tried everything. Destroy the physics state. Get body setup. Destroy. Didn't like it. It like crashed when I went to destroy that. And so in is there a destroy method on this? I have cleanup chunk, which is only called from there. Does terrain chunk have a cleanup method? Just that. Yeah, I don't really know what this wants. Body setup is being referenced by garbage collection keep flags. I mean, does Google searching that give me anything to work with? Did we copy that? This is like some old ass fucking forum. Hey, stop it. It's too loud. garbage. Should I just mark as garbage? Like, would that help? Try that. Okay, I'm gonna rebuild this and take my dogs outside. And then I'll be back. Hello, I am back. The dogs have been pottied. Yeah, let's see if our garbage collection woes have been fixed. That'd be nice. Nice present. It's a pretty nice, like, possessed effect, though. Like, unintentionally. Okay. End. Fuck, it's still not working. Find and print still references to objects. So what? Is there? I need someone to tell me how to solve this. What is the process here? What's the... What? I've explicitly marked it as garbage, though. Like... body setup. It's still lingering around, and I don't know how to fix it. What else can I do here? Does it matter like what order? Like, can I do this? Leaked objects. What do we do here? How do I put this back? Go back. There we go. Is being referenced by garbage collection keep flags. And searching that didn't really give me anything, did it? Ah, okay, this is helpful. Is there a scope you're shooting for with this project? Yes and no. Not really a strictly defined scope by any means. What I'm wanting to build is something along the lines of an RPG Colony Sim Roguelite. So something like, imagine like a vanilla WoW RPG system, you know, lots of spells, lots of abilities, classes, and some deep talent trees. And then a Colony Sim, something along the lines of, I think, RimWorld. And then a roguelite, something along the lines of like Hades. So I want to kind of combine those three kind of genres. But what is the, you know, what am I planning to do? What aren't I planning to do? That's not really strongly defined. I'm just kind of having fun with it. And I have like this procedural terrain system that I built out as well. that like renders a whole world that has like it's 128 by 128 chunks, and then each chunk has 240 by 240 vertices, which is like 58,000 vertices. So I'm kind of, the system I'm working with, and I'm trying to optimize to create each terrain chunk with these different sets of noises and these different biomes and stuff like that. I'm trying to do it to where it is the least intrusive, because creating these terrain chunks, essentially they are procedural mesh components, and when you create the mesh, it takes up a lot of time. I was seeing like hundreds of milliseconds, so that's why it needed to happen in the game thread when async cooking was true, which is weird, but when that was the case, it was taking that hundreds of milliseconds. So if I turn async cooking to false and put it in a background thread, it works. But I guess what I'm reading here is that messes up the garbage collection. Something to get you hired by Blizzard and save WoW. I don't know if there's anything Blizzard could do to hire me. I don't trust them anymore, essentially. I do not trust them whatsoever. And even if they hired me, like, I don't think that I would be actually able to fix anything. Unfortunately, I think the old Blizzard is dead. But I do take a lot of inspiration from Vanilla WoW. Already optimizing? Well, I know I will need to do it. Hang on, Unreal Insights are so confusing to me. Yeah, they were to me too at first, but there's a lot of things you can enable to give it, because like the default trace channels that they give are not very descriptive. Like, they don't show you very much information, and it makes it like literally impossible to use. But like, what is it? Asset metadata, asset load time, stat named events, and then I just today found out the tasks channel as well. Those all gave me more information and will actually show me some function names and stuff like that, which helped a lot. But yeah, I'm optimizing now because, like, when I was running around in the world before, like, it had some major hiccups, and like, it reduced the frame rate to like 20 FPS for a couple frames, whenever these chunks get rendered in the distance. So I'm trying to just come up with a better async system, and I found out that I just needed to switch it to background threads. That helped a lot. In creating a non-game thread, the object automatically receives the async object flag, which prevents the object from being garbage collected. See, like, this is the kind of, like, how do you know that? How do you figure that out? I do see async right here in my log, but like, I didn't know that strictly prevented once it's allowed to be garbage collected, you should clear the async object flag. How do I do that? Oh, nice. He has an example. So it's strictly procedural mesh get body setup is that private, or it's just incomplete? Okay. Okay, let's throw a comment here. That doesn't help at all. I didn't know that. I thought you just could never create objects in the background thread. When objects are created in a background thread, they need to be manually marked as not async in order to be garbage collected. God, thank God for that blog post, man. Who is this guy? Georgie. Who are you, Georgie? Unreal Engine developer at mod.io. User-generated content and mods. Interesting. I will keep that in mind if I ever get to a modding stage with my game. Okay. Skip, skip. Okay, let's see if we can run live coding, and maybe this will actually be able to get cleaned up and whatnot. And I also need to figure out why it only generates the highest LODs at first, which are those ones. And then it generates all of them at like once. Because the ones in the distance are lower level of detail, have fewer vertices for optimization, of course. Nice, okay. Dude, it still fucking did it! What the hell? It still fucking did it. I was told this would work. Let me look back at that. When adding to roots, you feel lied to. Is it the same thing? It is the same thing. It's still marked it as async. Oh my god, I was so hopeful. Maybe I should just do it on the procedural mesh as well. Also, does this need to happen on the game thread? What else is there to do here? We're gonna log the internal flags. What is this? Can I two-string that? Okay, that's probably not gonna work. We will just rebuild. What is this? UE5 is an external. Well, first of all, let's also get rid of that. An unresolved external internal object flags. What did they import to get that? It's in object macros, but that's not imported. Try again. It really doesn't want to let me log this, does it? Can I just log an enum, or does it get mad at me? I'm gonna guess it'll get mad at me. Yeah, I didn't like that. Can I do this? No. Okay, so okay, I just want to log what flags it has. Why is that so difficult? Enum class flag? Like, why do I feel like this? If I import this, do you like that? Is that better? No, you still don't like that, okay. The internal object, like why? Okay, we're not gonna log it. Fuck it. We're just gonna see if that works. Okay, trying again. Maybe I should like throw a breakpoint in there. I don't know how I would find. Is this a setup? How would I find what flags it has? It's probably like in the U object. There's object flags. It doesn't really tell me anything though. it worked that time! What the fuck? Oh, I just needed to do it on both, I think? Do we even need the body setup one in there? That's what I tried first and it didn't work. Okay. No, we needed both. Both needed to happen explicitly. God, what a shot in the dark. Okay, okay, let's try it again just to make sure it still works. Yeah, I don't. It's kind of weird how long it takes. What? It worked. It just worked before. What happened? Dude, this so worked before. I just need to try it again for my own sanity. Okay, well that failed for different reasons, because I stopped it in the middle of it, I guess. So, oops. Okay, we'll rebuild it. Maybe it just needs to be rebuilt. You know what? The one where it worked was because I put a breakpoint there in that one, and then I continued. You know what I'm gonna do? We're just gonna put a random log there. Okay, we're starting. Interesting, so they're all getting cleared and rendered and stuff, but they're not actually displaying on the screen. Okay, that worked. That worked that time. I hate how the default spectator controller has inverted Y. I think that's really annoying. Okay, is it working now? Am I crazy? I threw a log in there and now it's working? We're waiting, we're waiting. Why did that happen? Okay, so I need to explicitly check if garbage collection is happening. Where am I on the map here? Okay, I'm right here. Which, where's my next entrance? That way, okay. I'm gonna run around for a little bit and actually see if there's if I notice any hiccups while this stuff is generating. I'm seeing logs happening. There was a bunch rendered right there, and I did not notice any sort of hiccup, which is really cool. Yeah, this is a very smooth. This is much smoother than it used to be. Let me go full screen here. Also looking at to make sure the collision is good, because sometimes when the chunks change, you can see right here. Something I'll need to work on. When the chunks change LODs, I think it needs to recreate collision, because I think it's still using the lower res collision. Yeah, right here you can really see it. I'm standing on thin air. Oh, I can't even get up there. Whee! Okay, we must find another way. Yeah, I'm seeing them switch LODs as well. Let me check what is my memory usage looking like here. 12 gigs in Unreal Engine, so not not good, not bad. Come on. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. Let's get to the high ground, Anakin. Wow. Okay, and I can see them generating off in the distance. That's what I was going to check for. Yeah, this is a hell of a lot better. There we go, and they're popping up back there. I mean, I saw it dip down to 60 FPS there for a second. Yeah, right there again. It's so much less noticeable than it used to be, though. It used to go down to 20, and you'd literally you would viscerally feel that frame drop, that stutter. And I think if I can change it even further to only do 1 per frame, and I think it would be even better. You'd notice it even less. So that's great. Okay, now I'm gonna quit now. Well, let's run over. We're gonna finish running across these mountains. We're gonna go look at that. Look, there's like a sea. Excuse me. Oh shit. Well, I clicked, and so we're teleporting. And now we're in like a red zone. And now we're frozen. Where did we go? Okay, sick. Okay, so you know what? We're just gonna go somewhere else. Let's go over here. There we go, and we stuck the landing. Okay, so this zone is quite flat. You're also not rendering. Everything else is cleaned up, though. I see nothing in the distance. Okay, now we're rendered. Look north. Look at that. This sea is this guy right here. And then there's a little zone right here. Another one right here. Another one. It's like all shoreline. It's all like super flat shoreline. Kind of uninteresting. Under the sea. Under the sea. Yeah, okay, so now we're gonna end. And no garbage collection bullshit. Nice! Okay. Nice. We did it. That's not... I didn't want to... I control Shift T? No. I didn't want to close all my tabs. Okay, so this is quite successful. This is actually kind of something I want to commit. We're at a good spot here, and I think I can completely get rid of the async tasks now. I think I prefer the other ones. Well, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much. This is the spoopiest spoop song that ever spooped. The xylophone goes so hard. Yeah, because I was hoping to see these in Unreal Insights, and I don't know that I... Oh no, I did. I do remember seeing them. So yeah, I am going to stick with those, with that async task. Let's uncomment that, and we're going to change that to this launch thingo. Yeah, just background normal. Ignore that. And I guess I can still use them for the game thread. Because like I don't really care about and I suppose, does this have a game thread? Game? No, it doesn't. Okay, so yeah, I would still need those for the game thread. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. And then I've figured out how to spawn things not on the game thread, which is nice. So there's actually other things I was doing explicitly on the game thread because I thought I had to spawn things on the game thread. But now that I've unlocked that secret, I may go back and redo some of that stuff. Where was it? It was like spawn or something or other. Was it in this? Okay. Oh no, it was in this one. Here we go. Yeah, so this one is where I like update the chunks. That's where I launch the async task. Okay, so where's this called from? Up here. Yeah, so I explicitly do this on the game thread. So okay, let me commit this because we're in a stable state. Make sure, yeah, get rid of that. So we don't need that anymore. Okay, and so this is going to be refactor async tasks to task system launch background threads. And spawn proc mesh section in background thread. So that's essentially the changes I just made. Okay. And so now I want to figure out why only the first ones spawned. And then just waited forever for the other ones. So let's start investigating that, and then maybe I'll uncover doing this in not the game thread. Oh my god. My damn dog. This thing hates sounds. Any sound that happens outside, she hates it. Don't let her cuteness fool you. She's quite noisy. Are you done? Are you done? Thank you. Thank you. Please be quiet. Okay, so what was I wanting to do? Yeah, we wanted to see why there was a delay in the spawning. So we initialize it, we process chunks, in process chunks, calculate it. And then once, so this is like, this is to make sure that like we prioritize rendering the ones that are closest to the player. And I'm wondering how much that matters. If they're able to be generated quickly enough, will that even matter? And this calls back to the game thread. Closest chunk chords is empty. Yeah, I need to like... I need to read some of the logs. Oh my god, Moxie. Good girl. No, stay in here, please. Moxie, come here. Sit. 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 Good. Good girl. Moxie, can you just stay in here? Yeah, get some kibble. There you go. Usually locking her in my room with me helps, but then my room just gets so fucking toasty because of my computer generating all these chunks. Okay, so I know, like, when I'm generating, was Moxie something from WoW? Nope. Our other dog's name is Mr. Famous. So we were coming up with M names, and Moxie was one I came up with, and yeah, she's definitely got a lot of Moxie. He's such a Sour Patch Kid. But yeah, I know, like, whenever I first initialize the chunk, which is update or init chunk at position, chunk. When I initialize the chunk, what do I do here? Yeah, so the LOD 0. Kind of always gets if LOD mesh 0, if... I mean, that should always be there, right? Because we're adding it there. It's just a sanity check, I suppose. So yeah, we always prime the 0 LOD mesh, but we don't always render it, I suppose, because like only the nearest 9. Is it 9? 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's 9. The nearest 9. And then we call update chunk at the end. Oh, yeah, this is where it sets whether it's visible or not. So, and then I wonder if we just hit that. Set visible false, and then we figure out if it needs to be set visible, essentially. If it has not yet requested a mesh, well, it's at the new LOD index. You request it again. Do I ever set the LOD? Well, each one does. That's all initialized before all this happens. So yeah, this will just be getting the what'll be the second LOD. Yeah, let me I'm gonna run this again. I'm gonna pay closer attention to what the logs are saying to me. Okay, pausing. Okay, so here we have our 9 0 LOD meshes. Let's read it so far. Okay, we generated the world. I spawned the character. We are initializing all of these terrain chunks. Okay, let me check where I'm doing that at. Is that, where am I doing that at? So I presume we reach here. Why is the register thing happening? Found old chunk. Did I find any old chunks? No. No, we did not. Okay. So that didn't happen. Yeah, why does the register thing? Where am I registering? If I'm not mistaken, the only place I do that in is update terrain chunk. Which would happen whenever we change LODs. No? Okay. Register. Component. And this will be for the map generator. Why would I be registering the map generator? Why does that matter? What is the map generator? I thought it was a U object. Is it not? It is a U actor component, okay. Yeah, it should be registered by default. Register component with world. Already registered aborting. And it is the map generator. Odd. Didn't hear anywhere. Oh, I register it on begin play for some reason. Okay. Easy fix. Clear up some logs. I don't think that hurt anything, but okay. Yeah. So essentially, we've initialized all these terrain chunks, which means yeah. So they all got put in the closest coordinate arrays that all got ran through correctly. And so I guess now the question is, why does it wait so long in between this stage and what happens next? Oh, okay, it's paused, but it still did it? Okay. Let's try that again. Look at those logs. Nice clean logs. Okay, we're waiting. Like what's happening right now? Pause. Oh, and it still executes when it's paused. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So what's happening there? Why are we waiting so long? We init, yes, we kick off this one, and this one seems to Is my stream lagging? It might have been. I might have been lagging. I see no drop frames though. Yeah, I mean, I guess we get here, what, generate terrain mesh. Yeah, and then we get here. Let's put that log back here. Because, like, this would happen. Wait, what's supposed to happen after generate terrain mesh? Oh yeah, we're supposed to get to update terrain chunk. Okay, here's what I want to do. We're going to put breakpoints in there, but only after the first stage happens. Okay, that happened. Breakpoint. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this will be from the initialization, and this is -2. Okay, so this is one that is technically out of the 0 LOD render range. So it is being initialized right now, which is odd. I feel like that would have already happened. Or rather, maybe it just got done initializing. We got here. What chord is this? This is -2, -3. There's a lot of coordinates in here. I guess we'll just see, do I get here? And of course, this is all happening async, so this might not be the same. It does happen to be the same chunk now. -2, -3 still happens, so we did get here. Player distance is 43k, max view distance is 100,000. So we should make it to the next one. So I'm going to skip through this whole LOD thing here so that we can see. New LOD is 1. Yeah, so it knows that it shouldn't be rendering the 0 LOD. It knows it shouldn't be doing that. Yeah, and it didn't have one before, so it gets set to visible false. Yeah. And then we do this. Now let's put a log in here. Get name, and I'll just say requesting new mesh for LOD. For that new LOD index. Maybe I should just put that in the LOD mesh. Well, I kind of want to know that it happened from here. Because like this should, we could probably run live coding here. That should be happening, and then we return here. So, and then we'll go through this process. That should basically never get reached. So let's put another breakpoint right there. Then we essentially run back through this function after. Yeah, so we got there, and this is a different. Yeah, this is a different terrain chunk. So we get here. What chunk am I on? 1, -4 is my coordinates. 1, -4 still. 1, -4. What is my old LOD index? Okay, so this is we're updating it. So we just got done generating the data for the 0 LOD. Maybe I should just render that one. I don't know. Because what I do, I have the different LODs, which is a different number of vertices. It's supposed to be more efficient with less vertices, but how I'm handling the spawning is like based on the vertices. So that's why I prime 0 LOD, the highest level of detail, so that I get all the vertices. So then I can calculate spawns. But if I'm going to be doing that anyway, should I just render it? Like, is rendering that many verts that much less performant? Something to investigate. Okay, so we got there. Now I want to see when we get to set visible true as well. We're still on 1, -4, so that, what are we on? Are we on 1, -4? No. So that gets kicked off. That yeah, that gets kicked off in another thread. So that's why we skip over. So I'm gonna get rid of these ones. Probably gonna get a bunch of this right now. Okay, let's skip that one as well. And you see, I was expecting this should be getting, let me look at my CPU usage here. It is at 100. My CPU is at 100. But it was doing things. Okay, and it's not showing me any information on that. And so we're finally setting them to true. So, are they done now? Oh, and then this thing happened. Yeah, I mean, it seems like it happens very fast whenever I'm stepping through it. Debug. I think I did see some pop into. Oh, you know what it is? Uh-oh, I shouldn't have stopped that. I need to check. Apparently, yeah, for this thing, I probably need to check if it's garbage collecting to prevent this from happening. Sit, good girl. Good, no, sit, stay sitting. Good girl. Hey, sit, good, good. No, Moxie, sit. She just throws her butt on the ground and then just keeps walking. She thinks that's what sit is. Like I just need to touch my butt to the ground and we're good. Oh my god, Moxie! Okay, she's locked in here with me now. I'm gonna pop the window open. Maybe that'll make it a little cooler. It's not too hot outside today. Okay, but now I just got some nice AC unit noise, some ambient AC unit in the background now. Okay. Yeah, so I should, what should I be doing here? Should not be creating a new object. Is there a way to, Are you serious, Moxie? Stop it. Of course she can see into the neighbor's driveway. And she doesn't like that. Oh my god, now there's dogs barking outside. I hate my life right now. I hate my fucking life. Oh my god, this is so painful. Please stop. Okay. She's locked in here with me. Had to shut the window because there's things happening outside, and she fucking hates that. But now it's gonna be hot as hell. Let's get a fan going. Okay. Jesus, man. I just wanna work in peace. Okay, yeah, if it's garbage collecting, don't do this. Okay, I do want to know when this happens, just in case this happens when I'm not expecting. Like, it seems to only happen when we're like shutting down. So, go away, Cortana. Oh my god, what is happening? Oh, let's make that a warning. Can I skip that? No, no thank you. No thank you. Okay, I have to rebuild. Nice. Sick. Okay, what I was gonna look at was like, I think I only do a certain number per frame, is that right? She's just sitting in front of the window, the closed window with the blinds closed. She's just sitting with her like face against it, basically. Oh boy. I mean, closest trunk cords should have all of them in it, right? Yeah, so why does it take so long? I guess we could run another profile on it and see what happens. Okay, turn that on. Turn that on. Turn that on. And turn on, where is it? Task, yes. Okay. Okay, so, okay, start it. We're starting. Go. So a lot of requesting happening, not a lot of finishing happening. They all finish at like the same time. It's like, that's not the worst experience there. I would like them to all pop in when they need to. So let's stop that trace. Let's take a peek here. So where is my plan editor start? There it is. Okay. Okay, what's happening here? Yeah, just a lot of slate stuff. So it seems like the real start doesn't happen, yeah, until like right here. Generate map data. Okay. So it takes that long to generate the map data. So why doesn't it pop into frame when this finishes? That's what I'm questioning here. It's like right here. Let me look. Let me look. So the create mesh section happens here. Happens there. And then I guess after that's called, which happens in here, right? Yes. Okay, so after that's called, we go directly into update terrain chunk. I want to put a log in here to say like finished updating or something like that. And so it should be getting set to true here. Okay, let's put one in here as well. I'm just gonna put set visible true. Okay, run both of those. Looks like if I click here, requesting new mesh. So are these all? No. I want to like filter these logs by like what was available at the time. Is there a way to do that? Time. That happened at like what, let's say 1:30, 1 minute and 30. Yeah, it's just a bunch of requesting new meshes. And then I guess they've all been requested, and it looks like they're finishing. But then it doesn't like... doesn't like call back to the game thread like I feel like it should. Okay, let's we'll close that. And you know, I kind of want to do a standalone next. We'll do that next. So I just put those logs in. Let's see what that looks like. Start the trace. And we're just requesting a bunch of new meshes. How did this happen? I literally checked if it was garbage collecting, and it still happened. Okay. Okay. Stop the trace. Read it. I don't know that this would have made any difference. Didn't seem like it did. It's weird to me. It's weird that oh, you know, I wonder if does this block it? Let's put a what do I want to say here? We'll put that there as well. We'll see if that, like, blocks it or whatever. Yeah, it does seem to hit that, and then the, like, finish update doesn't happen. So that this kind of seems to block the thread. Yeah, I guess I thought that this would just, like, kick this off to the game thread and then continue. But it doesn't seem like it does that. I wonder if I should do, can't you do, like, a, I was reading about sub async tasks or something like that. OBS says that I have not dropped any frames. So that's as positive as I can be. What am I calling this? Generate terrain mesh. Background normal, and so this is going to be task. Throw that in there. This is like a nested task, I think, and then there's going to be like some function on here, right? But it's like I specifically need this to happen after that happens. Yeah, I mean, this definitely seems to, like, block it from continuing. Well, let's test it out, because this only affects, like, when I shut down the world, so let's test that out. I suppose this needs to happen in here. We'll see what a nested task does as well. Now nothing is spawning. Yeah, okay, so nothing is happening now. Yes, yes, I know. Nothing's cleaned up. Okay, so it didn't like that. Back to normal. Yeah, all these requests are happening. And then it, like, finishes. Why the heck? Dude, oh my god. What happened? So you're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation. Record scratch. Yes, yes, I know. Okay, so it wasn't actually that, it wasn't that. I'm still going to keep that commented out for now, just to make sure that it doesn't fuck with anything. But it's so weird to me. This update terrain chunk happens afterwards. But it's not like, it doesn't immediately happen, it seems. There was all those requests happening, and then they all got done at once. Oh, by the way, firm stool. Check that out. Hello. Yeah, this should actually already be happening in... Well, no, this doesn't happen. Never mind. Yeah, I wonder if I take this and move this out. So we're in update terrain chunk, which gets called from... Yeah, so let's go back, and I was saying, now that I unlocked how to spawn things on a background thread, let's do that. Which means we go here. and I need to do the clear flag thingo. To just clear that async flag. And I guess we'll see what happens here. Maybe now it will request them a little faster. God, I hate how long live coding takes sometimes. It's like I might as well just rebuild it if you're going to be that slow. Live coding. You were here because you're supposed to be quicker. As we spawn, we init. We request. Generate the map data. We request the 0 LOD mesh, and in doing so, we call update terrain chunk, which I guess is what requests the other ones after that. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I should know up front. Which ones to request, because I'm kind of like waiting for one to get done before I do the next one. Okay, we immediately crashed. Nice. Assertion failed is in game thread. So wait, what did that Oh, it's only U objects can be created. Okay, so you can't spawn things unless there's some other way. Unreal Engine spawn on background thread. This is in 2015. I don't know if I want to trust that. 2022, that's better. (2018) Okay, so I guess that part needs to happen in the game thread. Yeah, which is why I just wrapped this whole thing in the game thread stuff. I mean, maybe I can just move the game thread part down. Okay, I'm returning here when I don't need to be. Not using it for anything. Okay. We'll wrap it here. Okay, so maybe, so we do a knit here, which is where we end up requesting the mesh. So I should probably also, I'm gonna also run a, do I know what LOD this is supposed to be? No, this is terrain, so I don't have what the LOD should be. So maybe I just call update terrain chunk here, and that way update terrain chunk. If this is supposed to be a 0 LOD, I think what would happen is, because it doesn't have an LOD set at this point, so it would set one, trying to find where that's at. It would get here. I would have requested the mesh already, so it skips that. It would hit this return statement. But I think this will be okay. Maybe this will help us get them requested faster and therefore rendered faster as well. So now we are going to be like, there's going to be a lot more happening at once, I guess. So I will want to run a trace to see what the frame rate's like when that's happening. Not that I want like the player to see the world generating, but like I do want to keep it smooth. Because like I also build this, I also build these terrain chunks in editor as well, rather than in Pi. And that I've probably broken that functionality at this point. Okay, let's turn on all of our. I hate that these don't save. Okay. Oh, I didn't start it. Uh-oh, okay. I didn't start the trace. So the same thing's happening here. Where we're just sitting here requesting, nothing's getting rendered. Should I update terrain chunk first? Okay, so now we're here. Why would this have failed? Okay, interesting. I think I might have done something backwards here. So do update terrain chunk first. What if we let's comment that out for a sec. Let's just do that and see if it gets any better. Just update terrain chunk, and then that will, so now we're only going to generate the ones that we need to display. Interesting. It still renders everything all at once, which is so strange to me. Hmm. Why is the nav mesh on? I thought I turned that off. Huh, so for some reason, doing this, calling request mesh directly, like generates them like immediately, whereas calling update to rain chunk, I guess it goes into another potential background thread. Which maybe it already is in one? It's like a thread within a thread? Threadception. Okay, that didn't like that at all. What's the deal here? Arrays change during range 4 iteration. Which one? Add element to nav octatree. Yeah, I mean, I want that to be turned off. I don't want the navigation to be started at this point. I'll have to look at those settings. Ooh. Okay, now where would those settings be? Would they be in here? I basically want it to start disabled, and then I'll tell it when to start generating. Perform voxel filtering. I see nothing that would like enable or disable this. Nav mesh bounce volume? Okay, time to Google again. Unreal Engine, disable... Or Unreal Engine, don't start nav generation until I say so. Disable nav mesh generation. Ah, okay. Does this help me?
Trying to do things, it's super annoying. What you can do, you can go to editor preferences, and in the section level design miscellaneous, be aware there is a multiple miscellaneous sections here, so it's in the level design miscellaneous.
Okay.
And you go here and click update navigation automatically and check it out.
Word. Okay. Checking. Okay, we'll try that. Why would that be in editor preferences? It seems strange. I figured that would be in project. Okay, trying again. Okay, this seems different. This is a different error. Great mesh section. Do we have any... Ensure condition failed is in game thread. Wait, I was doing this fine before. What happened here? So it was like, was there already a physics state? There was already a state, and it's trying to like destroy it. And apparently that cannot be done. What's our LOD here? 0? Strange. Didn't I? That makes sense. What? I had this commented out, did I not? Did I not? Okay, let's just go. We're gonna go back to the old way here. I'm just doing it, getting the 0 LOD first. I probably don't act, if I'm just doing that to get the vertices information, I could probably pass a boolean to that function to like not actually create the procedural mesh section. And we won't waste resources doing that. I just need to like get the vertexes, vertices, vertexes. Okay, see, this is what I was picturing. This is what I was picturing happening. Look at it now. That's... yeah, that's what I was picturing. And then I guess it doesn't apply the... because I do the render... what is it? There's a function I call, yeah, render mesh. That's where I actually apply the material, so that's why it doesn't get colored till the very end. Okay. Yeah, I guess the async task definitely fucks it up a little bit. Let me look at this. I want to know how to like call back to the game thread from one of these tasks. Hey, Dr. Elliot. Hello. Just run another one. Did that actually work? Because, like, I was looking, the async task is the only way I found to do it. But I changed to using the, where are they? The task graph task. So I'm, like, and apparently what I'm finding out is that, like, mixing these two, like the async task and the task graph, it makes things wonky. The task graph is nice because I can give it a debug name, which will show up in Unreal Insights very nicely. But, let me copy this real quick. It doesn't have a game thread. So... might be better off with a dedicated thread for this. I mean, I actually did that. One of my very first implementations was using that, and I felt like it was overkill. Like I don't need that control over the thread. These are very much like just fire and forget tasks that I'm doing. I just need to know when they're done. So I guess that's maybe not fire and forget, is it? I just need to... a future? I did see those. Dude, it seems like there's so many different ways to handle multi-threaded stuff here. Like a future or promise, because I was looking into all that stuff earlier today. Okay, cool. I just need a code example real quick, please. Oh my god. Okay, I hate this website already. Write the code on the fucking screen. God damn. Okay. Just show me an example, please. Do I have to create my own class for them? So I don't want to do that. You know what I'll do? Does the engine have any good examples for me? How do I use them though? Bro, why is it so hard to find an example? Future is very blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. Show me the code, please. Okay, so I use this thing. I use this now. And so does this block the frame? I suppose if you can give it which thread. Let me look here. But with I don't know that you can do background threads with this, can you? In parallel with the calling thread. So what I don't want it to block the game thread. Like I don't want it to block the frame, right? I don't care which frame it gets done in. Which is what I was able to do by using a background thread, but I don't see that option here. Unless this somehow by default does background threads. Okay, this guy's saying the async thing is fine. Call back to the game thread either way. Yeah, maybe I should be doing this part, which is what I was thinking about doing anyway, only doing one per frame. Yeah, I mean, this isn't like a massive task. Yeah, the F bolt just seems so unnecessary. Yeah, so I'm wondering if what I should do is that Q thing. Let's try just update terrain chunk. So what ends up happening, we get to update terrain chunk. Yeah, and we never get to render mesh because of this async task game thread. Like, this doesn't actually, like, happen. Yeah, let me try a queue thing. Let me try a queue system here. A TQ view terrain chunk. Or a terrain chunk. Hello, please?
We all know politicians haven't always done their best for our schools. And teacher pay Missouri is a joke. Legalizing sports betting will generate millions of dollars for our classrooms and help raise teacher pay. Amendment 2 is the right thing to do.
Chunks to generate, sure. Oh my god, dude, the YouTube ads are getting so bad. Okay, back to the spoopy music. This is more like chunks to render. Because that's what's like being blocked. But shouldn't render mesh always be? Yeah, when would I ever not? Is this the only place this is called at? Yeah, I don't need a parameter there. Oh, I need like, oh yeah, I need to DQ, right? I forget how to use this. Yeah, just give me some random example. Yeah, while it's not empty. Yeah. So I'll just do one per frame because this is happening in tick. So if chunks to render dot is not empty, DQ. This should return it, right? Or no, it wants an out item. Okay. 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 So that will only process one per frame. Well, I don't know that I necessarily care about that here. I won't need to do that anymore. We'll do one per frame anyway, just because why not? And so I need to in-queue into here whenever I get here. Alright, let's try it. Okay. Okay. Let us try. Okay, now nothing's happening again. The Oh, you know what? We don't reach it till the end. Okay. Yeah, I put it in the wrong spot. Okay. That's why nothing happened till the very end. Plug in. There we go. Now, if I put it in a high priority background thread, how much faster would it get? That's my next question. I don't even know what is it called? Background high. Still feel like it should be going faster than that. But this is a lot better than where I started this morning, so I am pretty happy with it. And if I did a foreground thread, why'd I close that? I didn't want that closed. Wait, did that actually fix my issue here? I don't need that anymore. That's crazy. Does this get reached? Chunk finished generating. Why am I doing that in the game thread? And I suppose... Is that dangerous? Maybe that's dangerous. Comment that out for now. Okay, I'm not calling maybe spawn actors anymore. I'm not even doing that. BCG terrain controller. I'm not using that either. Okay, so I think the only game thread thing that is happening is spawning the terrain chunks, which maybe I should just handle up front outside of this. Okay. So what do? I calculate the closest chunks asynchronously, of course. Then I process chunks. Right? Wait, where do I update or net chunk at position? Yeah. Yeah, I kind of feel like, oh, this is the process train. Right. Yeah, I kind of feel like I should just spawn them all up front. So that needs to happen in the game thread anyway. Like, how blocking is just spawning like 200 chunks. Spawning 200 actors real quick. Real quick. Let's not do any of that in an async task and see what happens. Interesting, okay, okay. And what if I did foreground? Or I just did high? Well, let's just do normal. Doesn't matter. Okay, foreground task time. What does it feel like? Okay, so it's blocking essentially. Did that happen faster? Let me put this back into a task. I mean, some did happen, like, outside of a single thread. Funny how I've been deep into async stuff as well the past few days, speeding things up and shit, battling restrictions of a tool you didn't build. Yeah, I mean, I'm more so battling the restrictions of what I understand. I think. Because it's like, I don't want this stuff to block a frame, but also, can we speed it up a little bit, you know? It's like if I do it fully async, it's not as fast, but it's smooth. And that's probably what, I mean, I'll need to do that for runtime anyway, but it's like, for the first pass through, you know, how do I handle that? Do I care that much about it? Because I kind of hate, like, even though it doesn't matter that much, like, I hate clicking the play button and just sitting there waiting. And nothing, like, not seeing any feedback on the screen. I mean, that one doesn't happen. Yeah, my runtime during I was just running around earlier and it was quite performant. So I think my runtime is kind of on lock. Minus, a few things. I think I need to recalculate the collision on some of mine, which may take up a sizable chunk of a frame whenever that needs to happen. But as far as the actual generation of these chunks, that happens at runtime very quickly. So really I just have like two important loops here. The one where I'm calculating the chunks to show. And then the one where I am generating those chunks. Those are like the two important, I say loops, so the two important like tasks. Types of tasks. Because there are going to be many. In blocking, and this does seem to go faster, what, like 6-7 seconds-ish? I guess that's probably just doing the render, right, or something? At 120 frames right now, though, that's nice. I'm super particular with FPS stability. Yeah, I would like to be as well. Too many years of competitive games. Yeah, that's where it's like super important. Yeah, there's like, it's almost like twice as long. Why am I destroying a chunk? Why would I be destroying the chunk at 0, 0? What am I doing here? Oh, that's how I figure out which ones I... Why would 0, 0 be one of those? That ain't right. Oh shit, I didn't mean to stop it. Does that happen again? Yeah, why is it trying to destroy this shit, man? What is in last closest chunks here? There's like 13 extra ones. Oh, I know why that is. Yeah, so I just generate... I spawn chunks, like, as a square, basically. Like, I just kind of, like, do a naive calculation of, like, spawn this many in each direction, which creates a square. But then, in each chunk's update terrain chunk method, it checks its distance from the player, which would make it a circle. And if it's, you know, higher than that, it's like, hey, I don't need to be shown anymore. So these are probably all the ones. Yeah, they all have like 7 or 8 in them. So these are all the ones on the edge getting cleaned up, which apparently needs to happen in the game thread. Kind of annoying, but whatever. Maybe I should just do another queue for like chunks to clean up. Kind of like the queue system quite a bit better than having to deal with all these different threads and stuff. Put it in a queue, take care of it in a tick function somewhere. Okay. Is there a very particular function that is your bottleneck, or general generation? For me, it's recreate physics state. Yeah, it's usually stuff with that, because like usually it's I actually kind of found a way to get around it, but this guy right here, where I'm actually creating the procedural mesh section with like the 58,000 vertices and everything, that happens right here, and you can see the create collision is true. So probably something similar. But I was able to actually, this is actually happening on a background thread now. Because there was this like use async cooking that I was like, oh yeah, that's probably exactly what I need. But that meant that I couldn't create the mesh section on a background thread. It had to be in the game thread. Which when I run this in the game thread, it takes hundreds of milliseconds, right? Because of the 58,000 vertices, so that was my main bottleneck. But then once I figured out that I set that to false, then I can run this in a background thread, which is kind of a weird catch-22. So that was my main one that actually kind of got fixed. But yeah, it runs long because of physics collision stuff, which I was saying like whenever I generate these, I generate them at different LODs, and I'm pretty sure I have to do something special to recalculate collision whenever I change from an LOD 0 to an LOD 1, or backwards, a lower LOD to a higher LOD. It still seems to be using the lower LOD's collision, and you can see that when my character is like floating around a little bit on some of the sharper edges, because those vertices were not rendered in the original, whatever it first rendered. Technically, I could override it with an incremental version, but it seems like a crazy task. 10 layers deep in the Chaos Engine. Yeah, dude, that shit's no joke. I have clicked around in there a little bit, and yeah, not fun. Not fun. Okay, I tried to teleport here. I reached turn off spawned actors. This should be empty, right? Okay, so I called this on a null chunk. Okay, so if this can be null apparently. In my case, there's body, setup, create physics meshes, async. I was dealing with some body body setup issues previously. But it's a shame because I only edit so few convex elements at any given time while I compute everything. What, are you using dynamic meshes, or procedural meshes, or static meshes? Because, like, I tried to just replace all my terrain chunks with dynamic meshes because of the geometry script library and all its really useful tools. And I was very hopeful, but the performance was absolutely fucking awful at the scale that I'm using them at. Like, I use them for my trees, and that seems to be okay. But, using dynamic meshes for my procedural mesh chunks. So, I don't know if, do dynamic meshes have sections? Because, like, if you subsectioned them, you wouldn't have to recalculate the whole thing, I don't think, or at least it would be less expensive. When you recalculated them. What's happening here? Dynamic meshes are slow. I had to override a few functions to speed them up. My scale is definitely smaller. No sections, I don't think. Funny you mention it, I was thinking about doing my own splits a couple of days ago. Yeah, I mean, making things smaller definitely will speed it up. Yeah, the collision, yeah. Because were you doing the bullet? You were trying to use bullets? Is that, am I remembering that right? I don't know what the fuck is frozen here. Oh, I wonder if it's stuck cleaning up meshes right now. Do I still get logs? Yeah, maybe I shouldn't clean up every mesh or every chunk on tick. Yeah, I'll be interested to see what you were trying to do with that. I mean, you're probably getting to the point where you just need to, like, are you using the voxel engine at all? Or the voxel plugin or anything like that? You may be getting close to that point, depending on how, like, destructible you want everything. Yeah, so I think maybe I probably shouldn't do this. Probably shouldn't do a while loop in the tick function. I don't need to clean all these up at once. It's very fine to just do one at a time. Oh, here we go. Here's the problem. There's the problem. That's why that was fucking null. That makes sense. Yeah, I really hope they invest more money in the dynamic mesh stuff, and I don't know if it's meant to be a replacement for procedural meshes. Procedural meshes are by far more performant, but they don't, some of the editing, like the vertex, per vertex editing functions in, like those are super helpful in the dynamic mesh component. And they don't have those for procedural meshes, so kind of have to roll your own. I was trying to do that tree chopping myself with a procedural mesh before I knew about the dynamic meshes, and oh my god, it was like I spent weeks and weeks and weeks. I think I spent like at least a month trying to edit each triangle and each vertex to be deformed into the position I wanted it at and shit like that. It was so fucking hard. Boolean functions alone, mother, it's so nice. Yeah, dude, that is so nice. That is like if they could just implement that, but for procedural meshes, holy shit, man. Now we're cooking. Which maybe I'll have to dig in that code and like rewrite it, you know, for procedural meshes. If they don't optimize dynamic meshes. Oh dear. Now we're going to get to see these all spawn in. They all got cleaned up nicely though. Are we spawning more yet? Oh, there we go. There they are. They're coming in. They're spawning in the wrong order, though. I have a very, very high-level question, okay? If I want a 100% physics-based enemy movement system, do you think it's possible to go down the path of dynamic meshes plus physics constraints? You can't even add or remove components at runtime. So, I mean, there, like other games have done. You're talking about like dismemberment, right? Or deformation of the skeletal mesh component. Is that what I'm understanding? Are we still generating some? Yeah, this ain't working right. Extreme and granular destruction, not just remove leg, but yeah. So I think so. Dr. Elliot was doing something with it didn't interact with the physics system at all, I don't think. But like he was doing like vertex deformations on a skeletal mesh. And it was like procedural gore or something. Like he could click on the character's face and it would like kind of like cave in and a bunch of blood would show up. But I don't think it actually changed the physical properties of the mesh. I think it was all just in shader land. Like it was just like it just looked like it was deformed. But I think maybe you could use that to get something pretty close to what you want. And then, you know, if you want, you know, hits to not register in a place that's been deformed, you would probably just query the vertices in the shader somehow and get that information from there. Probably something with runtime texturing, I presume. If Dr. Elliot ever pops in here while you're here, you may ask him about it. It may relate. Yo, I guess what are you wanting to get from that, though? It seems like that seems like something that's ripe for faking it to get what you want. You know what I mean? I want to power the animation system with machine learning, which means every single hit should change the behavior of the enemy. Massively put off by all the games today is hitting the enemy and nothing happens to their behavior. Hard-coded animations. Yeah, I mean, you have to think like I get the same feeling when I'm playing, you know, some sort of colony sim. I'm like, why doesn't this span the whole world? Why aren't they fully simulating everything? That's probably because it's hard or unrealistic or not worth it because you can fake it well enough to get a similar result. But like you mean like your bullet has some velocity and you want to transfer that velocity to a character's body part when it gets hit. But yeah, I mean, hard coding like several animations essentially bakes that into the game, and you won't have to calculate that at runtime. I mean, that's why that's the case, right? Like, even if you wanted a really high fidelity level of that, you could just have like, you know, an animation for getting hit in the right forearm, in the right upper arm, in the shoulder, in the right chest, and you could just have really, really granular animations, right? And that would get you kind of the effect that you want, right? It would require more animations, and, you know, I don't know if you're good at animating. I'm not. So for me, that would mean like paying someone to do that, which would mean more money, but like you wouldn't have to calculate it at runtime, which is like, you know, when you're wanting things to be performant, that's it. That's everything, right? And then you pair that with, like, you know, a little bit of what happened here, a little bit of dismemberment and a little bit of whatever Dr. Elliott was doing. Then I think you probably get pretty close to what you want. I know, right? It's not real. I get what you mean, because I was just here. I'll pull this up here. I was just thinking about Colony Sim stuff yesterday, or was it? It was 2 days ago. I want to fight one enemy, just one, and have the most super interactive tactile battle. I mean, I just think you're gonna have such a hard time. Like, I mean, I think you could probably enable secondary physics, right? There's probably a way to register a hit on a certain bone of a body and then enable secondary physics on it. You know what I mean? Like, you know how, like, it's like a cloak, you know, like if you fully simulated a cloak and you, like, when your character's running and turning, it reacts, or like hair physics and stuff like that, you could probably do shit like that, but on like an individual body part. Not sure how you're planning to inject machine learning into that equation. But, yeah, it's the whole on the lines of, like, it's not real, it's not fully simulated, it's not, like, in your case, physics. For me, I was just thinking through how I was going to have hunting work. Because, like, this blue part is the base, right? You got some buildings in there. And let's say I, as the player, tell this colonist to go hunt things in this red radius around the base, right? And then this, you know, there's trees over here, there's a mountain up here, there's some plains over here. And there's only huntable things in these areas. You know, there's a little bit over here, and then there's a bunch over here in the forest, right? And so I was thinking, like, but what if the character walks all the way across the world, right? Way far out of the range where I'm even rendering these terrain chunks that make up this, you know, all the terrain chunks. You know, this could be a very large area, right? And I could have multiple colonists hunting. And it's like, what I want is I want there to actually be things spawned in the world, or at least simulatedly spawned in the world, and I want the colonist to have like a real battle with that thing to determine, does it have a successful hunt? Does the thing run away? How does my hunter get injured? How long does it take him? You know, when I come back into range, you know, my player's gone like out here, when I come back into range, I want to be able to see them fighting. And I want to know that that's actually really what happened and not just smoke and mirrors. But I can't do that at the scale of the whole world. Like, that would require me to simulate everything around a colonist at all times, right? And the more colonists you have, the more unrealistic that gets, right? Like, the game wouldn't be able to handle very big... even if I were to find some way to cut down on that and just, like, render it in... Not render it, but, like, simulate it in memory, I would still have to come up with, like, where these areas are in the world, how long it takes them to get there, where each spawn point is in here. And I'm not going to have static spawns, right? Like, it's all going to be dynamic, so I'd have to run RNG and stuff. Like, there would be a lot that would need to happen asynchronously just for one guy running around hunting, right? Which is... And I would like to try that. I would like to see how much I can get away with doing that. But it's not just hunting, right? It could be foraging as well. It could be... I want to have, like, caravans going from... colony to colony, you know, trading and stuff like that. And I want to simulate, like, bandits, you know, potentially attacking them. And I would love to see how much I can get away with, but I kind of know that it's going to get to a point where the player is going to build a big enough colony, or enough colonies far enough around in the world that it's just not going to be realistic. The frame rate's going to die. You're saying some basic background calculations can't be done? I think that's what I was referring to when I said secondary physics. Like, that would be your basic, but that would be on, like, a per bone basis, right? Like, you wouldn't want to enable that on the entire character, and, like, you know, if the character got hit in the arm, you know, you'd just enable that from the hit down on the skeletal tree or something like that. I have heard of Noita. I haven't played it, but seen it played plenty of times. Enemies don't move when they go out of memory. Yeah, that's exactly the kind of shit I'm talking about. Now, you could fake that, right, by just generating like, whenever the player comes back into range, just generate a random location for it, right, to see that it moves. Like, you know, keep track of what time the player last saw it at, or when it was last rendered, and then when the player comes back, take that time and, you know, do some RNG and do some figuring out of where it's possible for that monster to be at, and then render it there. Just change the location. You don't actually have to simulate it the whole time, right? If you just want to think that, if the desire is to think that the monsters have moved since you've last been here. Push the limit, see it for yourself. Yeah, I mean, I do want to a certain extent. But, like, right now I'm just destroying all my terrain chunks when I get out of range, so nothing, and I just turn off the spawns, right? I just destroy everything that was spawned whenever the terrain chunk goes out of range, so... Because, like, even when I just had, I had to change my character movement component on all my NPCs, right? Because the character movement component is actually not very performant. And I'll probably only end up using that on my actual player characters. And maybe on very close colonists, or the humanoid that the player is currently in combat with. Because I did it on all my wolves, and I just spawned wolves throughout the world, and the game ran at like 10 frames per second. So I had to change it to like the, it was like pawn movement component or something. You know, something with way dumber moving capabilities. So, yeah, I can't actually use any sort of physics-based movement, collision-based movement, like world-based movement, right? I wouldn't be able to do any of that when the player is out of range. Yeah, I mean, if you're not using very many enemies, then, like you say, see what you can get away with. See what you can figure out. How fast is it to write stuff on the drive? I mean, it depends on the drive, right? And do calculations once every 60 seconds? Not sure what you mean by that. But, like, you know, my character has a ragdoll. I'm breakpoint, I forgot. I, like, crashed, didn't I? What was happening here? Assertion failed. Does gate key? It should reset that, yeah. So why would this have? Can I skip? No, thank you. But I mean, essentially where I was going is that I think you probably just want like a little bit of ragdoll physics, right? Something similar, right? Not like full body ragdoll, but like individual body part ragdoll. Is I think what you probably want. You can simulate your colonies every 30 seconds. Yeah, but then I have to simulate what happened in that time frame still. Find some kind of cluster way to do calculate. Yeah. I mean, I've been thinking about all sorts of ways to try and get away with as much as possible, but there's drawbacks to every way, unfortunately. And like with what you're saying, where like you kind of like the colony has its own tick, right? I still need to do a simulation in between the ticks, right? If it's not going to happen in the true world tick. And like what I don't want to happen, what the worst case scenario for me would be like, the game runs differently, or your colony runs differently when you're in range versus out of range. Or in other words, the outcome is different. Like, I don't want that. It's like I don't like, oh, I like my colony's inefficient. Like it's very inefficient when I'm in range because it's actually doing the movement and stuff like that around the world. Yeah, that would be like kind of a worst case scenario. But yeah, interested to see what you're doing, Firmstool. Let me know whenever you got a video or something to show off. I will be interested to see your solution for that, for this physics-based animations and stuff. But I'm gonna hop off. My dogs are quite ravenous. They're fighting each other right now. So I need to feed them, and I need to go do some chores and stuff. And yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna hop off. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Firmstool, good to see you again. Yeah, I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow or not. I would like to. I would always like to. Stay moist, my guy. Hey, you too. So yeah, I will see you all when I see you all. Thanks for hanging out, and have a great